Okay, hello. We are back. 1 minute late is crazy. Oi. I think 1 minute late for waking up 20 minutes late is pretty good. Like, I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, how we going, guys? Yeah, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but I had a bunch of, a lot of my Eldar, I had quickly, I had airbrushed their base layer a couple of weeks ago because I was going to be using them on a tabletop, and I at least wanted them to have some color on them. So, yeah, I've got a bunch of Eldar models that have just got their Yenden base color on them, and I thought, man, I should actually get around and finish these. No excuses. I'm sorry, Rebellion. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Had a dude sell a card he stole from you the day you bought it? What do you... Wait, what do you mean? As in, you bought a card, he got his hands on it, and he immediately just took it and then sold it? Have I seen the new Warhammer Plus model? I did see the Spirit Seer. It looks so cool. It looks so cool. Is it on the same base size as a regular Spirit Seer? Because it looks like it would have to be bigger, no? But I am very tempted by the Spirit Seer. It's so cool. Okay, man. Sorry, my throat's still a little blocked because I just woke up like 40 minutes ago. But let's just get all this set out. Imperial Fist color? No. So this was the, so Imperial Fists is actually a lot more yellow than this. I'll show you the difference. So this is Imperial Fists. This is what I used. So it's Eandon yellow. Specifically made for it, so it's really nice. I like it a lot. Because, since it has those orange tones, when you go thicker with it, you can get those nicer dark spots, but then when you keep it quite light, you do get the really nice bright yellows, but then just going heavier gives you the deeper orange as well, which is really nice. But essentially, I haven't really thought about what I want to do with this. I know the main colors that I'm using for my Craft World Eandon are the Eandon Yellow and Croxagore Scales Contrast for my blue sections. The thing is, for this, it needs to go over a metallic finish to get us the best finish. But, yeah, I just haven't picked out which parts I want to be metallic. And also, I want to panel line it as well. I think panel lining it in a dark brown will look really nice. You know what, fuck it. Maybe we'll just start by panel lining. Yeah, let's just panel line to get started. Do we want to go with this this sort of chocolate brown for the panel lining, or do we want to go very dark with the brown oxide? I think we'll try the chocolate because it's going to have it's got a bit of red to it, so it'll have the same sort of warmth. Hey, Phobic. Hello people, hey Silver. Man, everyone's here early today, crazy. Welcome. Think the wet chocolate will work well. Yeah, because it's got a lot of red tones to it. I think it'll look really nice in the panels. Man, hopefully I can clear my throat at some point today. Think black streaks. I think for my Eandon vehicles, I want to keep them generally quite clean, just because I really like how clean Eldar panels look. Like, I like doing battle damage and weathering on my Tau battlesuits and my knights and stuff, but I really like the way Eldar stuff looks when it's clean and pristine. Got a question? What's my opinion about band men at work? I mean, not gonna lie. I think the only song of theirs that I immediately know is Land Down Under. And I mean, that's an absolute classic. It's a banger. I wouldn't be an Australian if I didn't like it. But I can't name another one of their songs off the top of my head. I'm sure if I heard other songs from them, I'd recognize them. I'm going to hold this closer to the camera so that I can reach it a bit more easily as well. Mint black stripes as livery, not damage. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I haven't really gotten to the point of thinking about what the heraldry for it is going to be, but yeah, I'm definitely going to have to. I'm definitely going to want to break it up with some darker colors for patterns and stuff. So yeah, we will get there. Ugh, I'm making a mess. I think I might need to use a slightly larger brush, just because this one doesn't quite fully fill the line between the panel here, so I'm having to sort of wiggle it side to side, and that's where I'm getting some overspit, like some over brushing, I guess, on the corners there. Yeah, I might try going with just a slightly larger paintbrush for this. Love oils for this exact purpose. Yeah, I've been really interested in trying oil paints, but I just don't know where to start, because I feel like oil paints are quite expensive compared to acrylics, and I don't know what colors would be good to start out with. But I am very interested in trying oil paints. Yeah, I've got a slightly larger brush. See how we go with this. Already get stopped multiple times for bringing acrylic paints in large numbers on planes. Oh, really? I managed to come home from Japan with a with a massive stock of acrylic paints without getting stopped at all. I had like probably upwards of 30 pots. No, it was probably around 30 pots of paint, all like held together in a bubble wrap sealable bag, just in my carry-on, and they were completely fine with it. Actually, was it in my carry-on? I think it was in my carry-on. It might have been in my checked luggage. But I think, no, it must have been in my checked luggage, because I I think I would have been scared of them exploding from the pressurization. Yeah, they were probably in my checked luggage. Recommend for oils, black, white, and umber if I'm doing washes. Yeah, okay, fair enough, yeah. I will probably look into doing that, yeah. It does seem like a very fun tool to have. Last Eldar army, you had 3 of these, 6 Waif Serpents, 3 Vipers, 18 Jet Bikes, Seer Council mounted on bikes, 3 Banshees, 3 Scorpions, 10 Warp Spiders, and the army was painted black and red. Holy shit. Fully invested. As expected of you, Silver. You go big or not at all. Yeah, the fire prisms, their rule on the tabletop is so fucking cool. The linked fire thing, how you can have them like, if you've got multiple, you can use them like mirrors. So if one has line of sight of the other and the other has line of sight of the enemy, you can have them like bounce their shots off each other to hit the target you want to hit. It's really cool. Gonna need tips for painting large miniatures of vehicles. I'm sorry, Jesus, you've come to the wrong place if you want tips for painting large minis, because although my entire existence is painting large minis and vehicles, I probably paint them in the most inefficient way imaginable. Do not forget that my first night took me like 4 months or something obscene. So if you want tips to make painting them easier, I'm not your guy. Because my tips are going to be, take your time, enjoy every minute, try to learn some new shit, paint all the rivets if there are rivets. My tip is, paint fucking everything. But if you're looking for time-saving tips, I'm not your guy. I might water this down a bit more. It means I'll have to do a couple more coats, but at least it'll mean that the it'll flow a bit better, and I probably won't have to worry as much about constantly cleaning up any spillage I get. There's a song from the old rotation that you miss hearing, but the new stuff is also very nice. Oh, about that, I haven't talked about this. But, so, because my, the old playlist I had was, it was the, Riot Games Sessions music, which is, like, specifically made as, like, creator-safe, stuff that people can just use. And I really liked it. But Riot Games recently, they've like, their new copyright holder has gone around copyright claiming literally everybody who's ever used these creator safe songs, And so as it stands, I've got over 200 claims from Virgin Music Group, which is on behalf of Riot Games, on my channel right now, saying that, like, for pretty much from everything that I've ever used those songs in has got dozens of claims on them. So it's just so hard for me to dispute. And so I've just been in contact with Riot support going, yo, what the fuck? And I'm just waiting for them to fix it. So yeah, I'm not exactly super keen on using those songs again because they've just like set the precedent that at any time they might just retroactively claim my entire channel. So quite upsetting, which is why one of the reasons why I'm not going to be using those again, unfortunately, because a lot of those songs were really nice. That's not why I made the initial change, though. I did just make the initial change because I was wanting to change it up a little bit. But yeah, like when it first happened, it was only like 12 claims on one video, and I was like, okay, I'll go through and dispute these. But when you dispute them, you have to go through and dispute it claim by claim. So you can't dispute all of the claims on one video because they do one claim for each song. And so on a live stream, they will claim every single song used in that live stream. And since it's an automated system, they're just claiming multiple live streams a day. And yeah, it was just like, I could not keep up. But yeah, that happened while I was having the break from streaming, and it was sort of one of the things that was sort of keeping me from coming back and streaming again. It was just kind of like, even though it had nothing to do with, like, directly with streaming, it was just like one of those things where it's like, all these additional things are adding up on the side, and it's like, man, I don't have the time for this shit, come on. I don't even make money from this channel, and I'm worried about my channel getting nuked. Like, imagine if, like, if I was making money off ad revenue and this happened, because it was, like, those claims make it so that you can't make money off ads. Now that I'm panel lining, I could use Gundam panel liner or oil paints. Oh no, yeah. We were just talking about this. I'm really thinking about doing oil paints. I've always been interested in them. How are the panel liners for Gundam different, out of curiosity? They flow fast? Right, okay. Are they oils as well? Because I imagine they would be very high pigment as well. Yeah, the more thinned down version is definitely easier to work with, but I'm going to have to come back and do it again, just because it's not quite as dark as I want it to be. Personally, never use them. You use oils? Yeah, oils are the ones that I'm leaning towards. Just because they seem like fun as well. The whole thing of being able to do a heavy wash and then clean it back with white spirits or is it mineral terps? Yeah, I think it's white spirits or terps. It seems like a lot of fun. Very different way of painting. And for you personally, what are you, for doing what I'm doing right now, you put a ton of Null oil over the whole thing and let it seep into the crevices, then dub the model Grimdark? Yeah, no, the, like, heavy washing is a lot of fun as well. For me, like, my experiences with using heavy washes, especially on large models, is it's really easy to get pooling in places where you don't want it to be. And when I want to get a really clean finish, it's so rough for me because when you do a heavy wash with something like Null oil, you need to hold the model at a very specific angle while it dries and make sure it doesn't pool in any places you don't want it to, because otherwise you get these really gross blobs, and I'm not a fan of it. Yeah, you gotta go. See you later, Reddit. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Paul. Eldar, not Grimdark. I don't know. I feel like the lore gives Eldar the most grimdark treatment imaginable. The Eldar never fucking win. Everything sucks for the Eldar. I would say, in terms of Eldar treatment, they probably get the most grimdark shit of all. Short of someone working in on an Imperial Forge world. But yeah, aesthetically, they are very not grimdark. Eldar Grimsicle. I do not like this new word. I'm going to be here shortly, but I see the new Warhammer Plus models. I did. You're not the first person to ask me, Chicken Nugget. And man, the Spirit Sea is so cool. How long do you have to sub to Warhammer Plus to get it? Do you need to do a yearly subscription, or can you just sub for 1 month and say I want this, and then cancel your subscription? Is that legal? Yearly sub for 12, that's it? Fuck! Alright, Warhammer Plus Warhammer Plus subscribers, sell me on Warhammer Plus. What do I get? Aside from a Spirit Seer and access to like two good shows, what is in there that is worth it? What are the features and benefits of having a Warhammer Plus subscription? Shit. There's a couple of good shows in a model. Okay. Is there anything outside of the couple of good shows and the model? There's White Dwarves. So, what do White Dwarf magazines actually contain, though? Oh, hang on. When you have a Warhammer Plus subscription, it also does something to the app, doesn't it? It gives you... Is it multiple armies in the app? Is there anything else? Like, does it give you access to codex locked stuff in the app? Or no, you still need to have the codexes for that? You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Awesome. You get to put together more army lists, but you still need the codices. Oh my... What is the point? You would think that they would have it so that... it's like, hey, while your subscription lasts, you have access to the codex features in the app. I feel like that would be a really good selling point, because then people would be like, wait, you mean I don't have to spend $100+ on a book so that I can have the features in the app? I feel like that would be a really good alternative option that they could do. But I guess GW are, like, allergic to making, making decisions that would be financially appealing to their customers. Need to go get your daily rewards. Is this from the hit mobile strategy game Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus? use code Silver's Scratch Made Productions to to unlock the legendary hero. Yes, it is awesome. Use the code shells behind to pay an extra 5% for your purchase. That would be that's too real. That is a real GW creator code right there. That extra 5%, by the way, doesn't go towards the creator. That extra 5% does just go back to GW as well. None of it goes to me. Start giving Tacticus free shoutouts, I'll never get a brand deal. I'll never get a brand deal anyway. Maybe we need to start manifesting Raid Shadow Legends, they'll find me. Raid finds everyone eventually. Look, the day that we get a Raid sponsorship on this channel, we'll all know that I've made it. Do they sponsor streams? Most likely not. Yeah, I reckon this panel lining segment is probably going to be surprisingly time consuming just because we're going to have to come back through and do another coat of all of this once we're done, just to really darken it up. But the additional coat should probably be a bit quicker because it'll at least try to flow into itself a bit better than what we've got going at the moment. And so it'll be a lot more of just dabbing the wet blobs in rather than trying to guide it through the crevices. But it doesn't even have Tamiya panel liner, minus 1,000 aura. Look, I don't know, I've just never really felt the need to buy panel liners, because I like to, like, a lot of the panel lining that I do, oftentimes, it's, like, in different colors. Like, a lot of my panel lining I've done in the past has been in metallics, and then I'll do it in whites, I'll do it in blacks and browns. Like, it really just depends on what I'm doing. So I've always felt like I've never really wanted to invest in a specific color of panel liner, because I've got specific paint colors that I want to do them in. But I am very interested in oil paints. They just seem like fun. Either be sponsored by Raid or Gamersubs and get a Tau/Eldar booby cup. That would be incredible. I would be more happy with that than the Raid sponsorship, because then I would probably be given a free sample of something that I like. That'd be huge. I'm talking about the assets on the cup, not the emotional effect on me. Although both of them would be huge. You did find those cups annoying. Those cups are awesome. I'm sorry, Chicken Nugget. But you gotta go. Enjoy day/evening run. Right? Yeah, I'll catch you later, Nugget. Have a good one, mate. You're eating stew out of a cup? Is it perhaps a Gamersubs cup that you're eating stew out of? Because that would be fucking disgusting if so. And I feel like there's nothing wrong with, like, eating, like, certain hot foods out of mugs. I'd say there are definitely limits though. Sad there's no Femboy cups though, what's the point of having them? True. Maybe that should be my goal. Get a Gamersubs sponsorship and then have it be a Femboy cup. Victory for all. Ooh, this panel line is actually really shallow here. Yeah, the mold on this isn't amazing. Yeah, I don't know if I've mentioned this in the past or not, but so Fire Prism, really fucking cool tank. The mold for this thing fucking sucks. Like, there weren't many parts when I was putting this together. It's a lot of big panels that go together. But holy shit, I think I spent the entire day just cleaning up mold lines and trying to make it fit, because it's just... It's misshapen. There's massive sharp edges on it, just like on the edges of the panels. Lots of mold lines. It's just like, oh, yeah. The mold for it is really, really bad. Yeah, I think the most effort I've had to put into any model just cleaning it up before I've as I'm assembling it. It was bad. Laughs in Forge World Eldar tank. As in, this is a Forge World Eldar tank, or there are Forge World Eldar tanks that are worse. Because if so, I don't want to know. This was a horrific experience to build. And I've got a second one that I haven't built yet. Because I got two because I wanted to run them in the tabletop and use the linked fire ability. But also, it came with acrylic bits, like panels, which makes me think, why the fuck do they have acrylic, like, cockpit covers for this, and an acrylic crystal for the actual fire prism, but they don't make an acrylic thing for the fucking Knight Lance's shield? Hello? Forge World tanks are way worse. Awesome. Well, remind me to never get anything from Forge World. Oh yeah, also, I saw that webway gates are getting are they getting a rerun, or are they getting re-implemented or something for the tabletop? I saw something about webway gates alongside them doing reproductions of the old metal Eldrad and stuff like that. Because I don't think... Are there any armies where fortifications are actually used, or are not even actually used, but actually usable? Because it seems to me like the coolest fortifications I've seen are like the Tau Tide Walls, but even they fucking suck, because there's one, the really cool one is the Tide Wall Shield line, because it has firing deck like 20 or something, but the issue is it doesn't have the fucking Tau greater good tag on it. So you can have 20 dudes in there with firing deck 20, but they're all going to be hitting on 4-ups because you don't get your fucking army rule +1 to hit. So they're just useless. We bottled some Citadel pots today. Could not be me. I do not have the patience to do that. So all of my Citadel paints are just... they're just languishing in the terrible... in the terrible original pots. Oh god. I made a mess. I really should have some isopropyl alcohol with me just so I can put it on a cheap brush just so that I can wipe away little messes that I make like that. Yeah, fuck it. 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't ruin the paint job. I've done this in the past and it's worked out pretty well. I just get a little bit of alcohol on a brush. Oh, it's making a bit of a bright point there. It's not ideal, just because of how the paint is. I think I have to be very sparing with how I do this. Yeah, because that did just pretty much completely strip away the yellow there. But it's also probably because I let the brown dry before I tried to pull it away. Always varnish before doing risky shit. No, but the issue there was if I varnished, then I would have sealed in the bit that I was trying to fix. Oh, do you mean varnish before I do my my panel lining? Yeah, probably. Ah, well. We live on the edge. And I can probably just dab a little bit of the Eandon yellow over that bright spot if it annoys me too much. It won't be perfect, but it'll hide it. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of panel lining. I don't think I don't know if I'm even halfway through this bottom half of the model with my first coat, and then we'll need a second coat, and then we need to do the top section. Granted, the top section is a lot smaller, so hopefully shouldn't take as long for that. But yeah, I might need to slightly change my approach. And just focus a lot more on just dabbing it in and letting it join up on its own. And then when we come back for the second coat, we can even it out. Hey chat, hey Mac. How you going, mate? Ooh, I might have made a little bit of a mess here. I think I can clean it up though. Yeah, it's not the worst. You can breathe. That's good. Could you not breathe before? Were you ill? Ooh, nearly dropped it. Jesus. I was like holding on to it here. Just bought the GW plastic cement with needles glued to the calf and just popped off of the calf inside of it. So I assume when you say advised plastic that you're talking about the GW plastic cement, like the little bottle with the needle. Yeah, I've got it. I've never used it. Like because it was like included in the tools that I inherited from a friend whose brother had gotten out of the hobby, and so I've just got a bottle of it, but I've never had to use it because I've got the I've always used the Tamiya plastic cement. That classic that the the Citadel branded bottle is dog shit. You can't use it. I imagine if you just got it, surely you'd be able to just take it back and go, hey, this bottle's faulty, can I get a replacement? If you don't have the receipt, just make sure you go in with your bank statement ready in case they go, no, you can't have this unless you have the receipt. Bought it on Amazon. Oh, oof. I don't know what the process is then. It's probably, being Amazon, it's probably more expensive. It probably costs you more money to actually get it replaced than to just throw it in the bin and get a new one. I don't know what the the process is on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, you're probably better off just trying to break into the bottle in a way that won't completely destroy it. Okay, somehow I feel like I've gotten a lot cleaner at this when I do it quickly, than when I try to do it slowly. I think because what I'm doing is I'm, like, essentially I'm placing the tip down, and then I'm pulling pretty much the entire section of bristles through the recess, rather than sort of just trying to do it with the tip, because then what's happening is when I do it with just the tip, the belly of the brush keeps touching the edges, but if I drag the tip and the belly through the recess, then no paint, or a lot less paint, actually ends up hitting the top edge. So it gets it done a little bit quicker and neater. Only idiots fall for just the tip. True, you tell them. There's a little bit of dust that was in there. I think I just picked it up with the tip of my brush. I think we should be okay. I've also been wondering if it would maybe be more effective to do. I've seen a thing people do where they just put water through the recess, and then they dab bits of paint through, and the paint spreads through the water. I'm wondering how effective that'll be. Maybe I'll try that over on on the other side there, just see how it goes, because that could be an interesting alternative to try. I feel like the pigment wouldn't distribute super well, but you never know. There's a tiny microscopic hair here, which is really annoying me. Damn it. Can I? No way. It's actually... Do I have a... like... I'm gonna get rid of that little hair if it's the last thing I do. It's in there. Is this worth it? Absolutely not, but it's shitting me off. That's good enough for me. I can clean it up. I can always repaint. It was gross as hell, so it had to go. Also, just noticed another thing about this mold that has the potential to really annoy me. Is this recess part of the mold, or is this a mistake? Because it's not over here. It's not symmetrical, whatever it is. Like, I guess I have to treat it as part of the mold because it's deep enough to be visible. I guess we treat it as though it is part of the mini. But it's not on the other side. Whatever. Let's try the thing where we put water in the recesses. And then just introduce a little bit of paint. So I'm just gonna... I don't know how much water we should put in here. Maybe I just get a drop. I'll just run that along here. And then just pick up a bit of the paint. And then dab that in here. Interesting. I think if I use a thicker section of paint, or a thicker blob of paint rather than the really thinned down stuff, I wonder if it will work out a bit better. It seems decent. Could be a way to go. How are we going for time? Man, an hour and 20 minutes already. Yeah, I reckon this is going to be minimum 2 hours of panel lining. There's a lot of work to be done here. It's satisfying though. And it's nice taking a break from one style of painting where we've got a lot of sponging and more messy work that we're doing over on our Chaos Knight. Just coming to do something which is a bit more methodical and clean over here on the Eldar. Although the what we were doing yesterday, I don't know if I would say that was necessarily a quick sort of slap stuff on the model and work messily kind of thing. That was also very methodical yesterday. I'm gonna need to find a way to make it look more messy, because it doesn't quite like the hatch that we finished yesterday. It looks really nice, but I think just in terms of texture, it doesn't quite fit with the surrounding parts of the model because it's all very smooth, while the rest of the model is very patchy and worn. Hello, Troy. Long time no see. Oh, giving advice to Jesus on how to fix the broken glue bottle. Yeah, I think what I might need to do, because there are quite some fairly messy bits that we've got around here, they're going to be a pain to clean up because our base coat was done in a contrast paint. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to have to edge highlight all of these panels with a solid yellow over the top of these darker points that we've sort of spilled the panel lining. And I think that'll look really nice. It'll be super time consuming, but I think that way we'll be able to sort of eliminate the messy panel lining and make the panels pop a bit more. I did something similar for my my Necron Night Scythe, but the way that I did the edge highlights there, I'm not a huge fan of now. I went a bit too heavy-handed with them, and so they don't look amazing. But the idea was good. The execution was just lacking. Should be able to clean up some of these bits. Just with a wet brush, just sort of push it back towards the hole. We'll be repainting some of these sections anyway, so some of them I don't need to worry about. But I just want to clean it up where I can. Make life easier for myself later. Yeah, and I'm noticing, like, as I'm going through this, because it was airbrushed, there are little bits of like fluff and stuff that have been caught under the coat. So those places in particular are places where I'm going to want to have to apply either decals or freehands just to cover them over, because they do stand out quite significantly on the airbrushed surface, which is all very smooth and nicely graded. I think we've just about done our first coat of all of the panel lines for the bottom half of the fire prism in any case. So then it'll just be a matter of coming back through in the sections where they look a bit lighter than we want them, and just doing a quick once over to darken them up, and then moving on to the top half. Okay, there's... Hang on, there was a spot that I... Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I knew I saw something that I missed. That's this one here. I might just pull the acrylic panels out so that I don't accidentally get any paint on them. I probably should have done this earlier. But yeah, I've got all of my acrylic bits blue tacked in because I had used this on tabletop and I wanted to have the I lifted from the back there, okay. Oh no, it's hooked in at the back. That's just the point where it's the most mobile. Chocolate was a good choice for the panel lining. Yeah, it's come out nicely. I'm gonna need to clean it all up a bit, but yeah, it looks good. Okay. And then I'll just need to get that little bit of blue tack out of there. Just grabbed the whole model out of my hand with the blue tack. Just trying to get these tiny little bits here. There's one. There's two. Cool. And I'm just thinking, I don't know if I necessarily actually want to go darker over the whole thing. I think the lighter brown is quite nice for a lot of it. Because when it's lighter, you do see a lot more of the reds and that sort of thing in it. So I think rather than trying to fully darken it up, I think we just want to solidify it, because there are some parts where it's quite transparent. Well, not necessarily transparent, but parts where it thins out, like on this line here, and we don't like that. But over here, for example, it's not super dark, but it's solid, so I like it over here. It's, yeah, just for bits like up here where I think it needs a little bit of cleanup. And also where the thickness is inconsistent, like over here. And also, I should probably fill in the panels here. So what I might actually start off by doing is with a big brush, we'll just grab a watered down version of the chocolate and then just see if we can dab this into here. And then we'll clean the brush and just use it to pick up any bits where it's pooling. So we don't want it to be clumpy. Just like that. That's going to be pretty good. And then we'll just do that too. I know there was another spot at least. Yeah, at least one other spot where we need to do this. Up the back here. Got your goodies on your back. Welcome back. We've just about finished our first layer of the panel lining for the bottom half. Because then there's the top mounted gun, which also has a bit of panel lining to do. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Any other sections? Maybe these vents. I think the vents we probably want to get some brown in. We'll probably get some heat coming out of them. But let's just start by putting a layer of brown in there. Just as a foundation. And then we can always build off that. I think it's probably a bit too thick what I put in there. So just come back with a much more watered down version, dab that in. Yeah, it's good enough for now. We'll come back and we'll work on them later. And I think I'm going to need to get some more of our chocolate brown meted out on the wet palette here, because it's starting to clear up. Used most of it. You've always left the tops off your Eldar wave serpents and the like so you could paint the inner parts without any problems. Oh, yeah, well, this one doesn't, since this is a fire prism rather than a wave serpent, so it doesn't actually have a structured inside. Because it's got the whole additional top section up here. So while it does have, like, the cargo bay at the back there, it doesn't actually really open up into anything. And even if it did, if I was doing a wave serpent, I probably wouldn't be fussing myself about the inside. I'd just glue it all shut. I'm not that dedicated. I think I need to really thin this down now, because I'm just going for the cleanup now, so it doesn't need to be very thick at all. It's going to be largely just transparent bits that we're putting in there. So very watery, almost like this, I reckon. The vents, man, the vents. Oh, no, yeah, I will get there. I'm just doing the panel lining at the moment. Oh, Oh, that's what you mean. As in, to paint the vents more easily. No, I see what you mean now. Okay. Yeah, nah. It shouldn't be too bad. It'll be a little annoying, but I think it should be fine. They're not too difficult to reach. But yeah, I was very fixated on putting the, I was very fixated when I was assembling it, of getting it all to fit together, just because it fits so poorly that it was like, it became my mission to make it fit. Like, all the bits just did not quite fit together correctly, and it was really annoying me, so I was hyper-focused on just making it click together. Oh, I missed a panel. Whoops. This one here, it's just floating separate from everything else. How's it going? Yeah, not too bad. How are you, Juggernaut? Yeah, as how it's going. We've been, spent the, for all of the streams so far has been focused on panel lining. And it's coming along pretty well. 1 sec, I'll just change the focus here so we can see how it's looking. Yeah, looking pretty good so far. Now it's just a matter of cleaning up the panel lines we've got, and then we'll move on to the top-mounted gun and do the same. But I do really like how it breaks it all apart. It looks so good. Did I 3D print it or get it from third party? No, this is the real one. This is the real Wave Serpent. Oh, sorry, not real Wave Serpent. Real Fire Prism. The mold just sucks. It just... I don't know what else to say. It was a nightmare. Like, the way all the panels fit together just sucked. Like, you can even kind of see on the underside here. Like, I tried so hard to get it to fit, and, like, I still could not get it to sit correctly. And over here as well. Like, these are meant to fit into each other, but they just didn't. Yeah, it was a nightmare. Well, see you in a game right now. Righto. Well, thanks for stopping in, mate. Have fun. Use clamps with cloth on them to hold them together. Oh yeah, yeah, no, they are like, it wasn't so much a matter of getting like, of holding them together so much as it's just like they like the way they were shaped just they did not fit properly. Like I think maybe having the consistent pressure on both sides while they glue could have helped, but it was just a matter of like sizing and the way that they were like I really had to try to bend them together to the point that even if I think I clamped them together while they glued, like the second I removed the clamps, I feel like it would have just sprung apart. I managed to get them. I managed to get it glued together enough to the point that it's not. It like nothing rattles. There aren't any sort of moving bits. It's a solid brick, but yeah, it just doesn't quite fit together as nicely as I wanted it to. Bad molds, yeah, very bad molds. It was not. I'd like. It's sad because it's such a cool model. But it was just a pain in the ass to put it together. Hello, Reese. How you going, mate? GW and undersize doesn't seem to matter much if you have ATV like some tanks, but some are better than others. Say the same about mentorship. You have two redemptors. One was a nice type fit. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I've had pretty good experiences with all of the GW like molds. I haven't really had any like prior to the fire prism here. All of my prints and well, not prints. All of my GW plastic that I've gotten has been like it's all fit together just fine. And like the worst issues that I'd had were just excessive mold lines, but yeah, this one just took it all to a new level. It was just heaps of mold lines, sharp edges, the molds didn't quite fit together correctly. It was just like all of the issues you could have, and I just got them all in one package. It was yeah, quite surprising because up until this point I hadn't really had any issues with any of the GW plastic. Okay. I think that's probably good enough for most of the panel lining on the bottom surface here. I might just do a bit more on this front corner here. Okay. That's probably pretty good for the bottom half. Yeah, don't think I've missed any of the panels. Yeah, I drew. It's so nice. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Like I sort of got really wrapped up in it when I was up close, because then you can see like the little feathered edges like there, where I've kind of missed the mark, but at a distance it looks so good. Fuck, man. Panel lining is the best. So just need to do the same to the top gun now. And so I'll need to get a little bit more of our chocolate brown on the wet palette, because I ran out. And so, what we'll need to do as well, just once again, we'll remove our acrylic section. We'll remove the crystal as well, because we'll be painting that in a minute. And I don't want to get any paint on the crystal when we're not trying to do that yet. There we are. Okay, I guess we can start off with this little panel because I've just used this brush to mix the paint anyway. Now let's just see if I can get rid of any of the crap that has stuck to it from the airbrushing before I start painting it. Yeah, there we go, that's better. We'll need to pick up a bit more of the paint. It's a little thin for what we want this to be. Maybe a little bit more. And then once it's darkened to a point where we're happy with it, we'll clean the brush and then pick up the excess. Although I just need to make sure I don't spread too much of it around the edges of this. And yeah, I'll probably need to come back and recoat this just looking at how it is. Yeah, because I barely got any of the paint in there that I wanted to get in there. Definitely will come back to that. But let's do our lining panels first. Let's start over here, just it's going to be a nice long segment. Ooh, I may have made this a little bit more liquid than I want it to be. We'll see how it goes. Seems like the shapes of these crevices might be a bit more square than the ones on the bottom half as well. And not square as in the corners of them, but actually the way they're cut in, they're more boxy. Which on one hand will make it probably a bit easier to do cleanly. But on the other hand, it might also make the paint run more unevenly through the crevice, because it'll pool in the corners of it rather than down in a well in the middle. We'll see though. Yeah, in fact, you can kind of see it happening. When I like dab the paint in there, it forms like two stripes on the sides rather than forming a pool in the middle of the crevice. It's weird how the panel breaks are molded differently on the bottom half and the top half. It's like they were done by different peoples, like different people working at GW. It's a bit of fluff in the track down here. I'm gonna see if I can remove that before I paint over it. Just, yeah, push through with my brush there. And since it's a wet brush as well, might actually just help with the way the paint flows through it. See how we go. Okay. So I haven't got perfect coverage here. It's a little thin in these sections here, but I think I'm probably going to have to let it dry before I come back and try to do more. Because again, it just keeps wanting to pool in the corners of this recess rather than in the middle. Just because it's a square trough. And so the water is sort of pulling into the corners there. So we'll have to let that dry before we try to fix it up. It's going pretty well so far though. I'm gonna have to get a relatively thick bit of paint here just to dab it into that recess there because it's really not taking. And then I'm gonna have to clean up the side of this sensor here, the side of this antenna. I'm probably going to paint it in a different color anyway, so I'm not too fussed about getting paint on the side of it, but I don't want to accidentally build up texture on the side of it because that'll be a pain to cover over with paint. So we'll just get rid of the especially thick sections. But we're probably going to paint this in Wraithbone. So I'm not too fussed. And I think it's a little bit too thick in this bottom edge here. So we'll just pick up some of the excess. Like that. And yeah, I guess I'm maybe not too fussed about the shape of the trough after all, because it's like a square gutter essentially. So the way the panel lining looks is a little bit different to the bottom half, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. And honestly, it might actually look better than the bottom half just because it's a lot cleaner. Just because this shape of recess captures the paint a lot better. Thinking of getting a Lynx and 2 Hornets to run flank, both thanks to Legends, that you can play them till they don't have rules at your local Warhammer store. Are they... what army are they from? Are they Eldar? I'm not familiar with them. I don't know if I'm going to be able to panel line these sections, because they're not meant to be, but I want to panel line them because they've got that divide. Lynx and Hornets are Eldar? Right, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen them before. What sort of role do they serve? Because the Fire Prism is like the definitive heavy tank, and then you've got the Wave Serpent as the dedicated transport. There's the, what's it called? There's the alternative version of the Fire Prism, which is an aircraft, which has like... Wait, is it aircraft, or is it just another fly tank? It has like, it's like a spider or something spider or something like web, I don't know. But it's anti-infantry of some variety, isn't it? Post some pictures in Discord. Alright, oh yeah, I'll have a look in a sec. Lynx is the big brother of the Fire Prism. Ah, I see. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I always imagined that the Fire Prism was the big boy. Because like in the original Dawn of War, the Fire Prism was like it was just insane. Just like the way the way when it shoots, it just like nukes an entire area. It always felt like it was the super tank. Like the only tank that seemed to be crazier than it was the Baneblade. Am I interested in Gundam miniatures or new Gundam miniatures? I've never really been a big Gundam guy in general. Like, I'm not necessarily like anti-mecha. I think mecha can be cool. My issue, I think, that I've always had with Gundam, it's just purely, it's an aesthetic irk that that I have with Gundam, and that's the fact that it's a mecha show, but so much of the mecha shit happens in space, where it makes zero sense for the robot to be shaped like a person. It's purely just like an autistic ick I have with the fact that they're making robots look like people, and so like the whole point of a robot being shaped like a person is it can move like a person, but then you put it in space where it's flying around with fucking thrusters, so it's not, there's no point in it being shaped like a man. It's purely an aesthetic thing that just shits me off. Oh man, I got another chunk of fluff or something in the recess there. It's sort of, yeah, blocking up the paint. There we are. Okay, almost got the first layer of all the panel lining on the top done as well now. This one's been a little bit easier, a lot less to do. Okay, and I think that's going to be the first layer of all of the panel lining for the top done. I'm going to quickly run off to the bathroom while that dries, and then we'll come back and I think we might need a second layer, and then there might be some other little bits that I want to pick out for that top section. So yeah, I will be right back. Okay. I'm back. Oh yeah, I'll have a look in the Discord. You said you were posting some photos of the minis. Oh, I got. Where are we? In minis. Da, 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 da. Oh, okay. So is that's the links there? I see. Okay, it's a. Why are Eldar vehicles so cool? What is the second one? Is that the Hornet? The second one? Oh, yeah, it's so cool, man. Why do they retire all of the cool-looking Eldar models? Because they retired the fucking Wraithseer as well. And also, I don't know if his model is amazing, but they also retired Prince Iriel. Which is sad, because after I finished reading through, after I finished Valador, I was like, man, I wonder if they're going to make a model for Prince Iriel. And then I checked and saw that Prince Iriel is Legends, and it's like, what? Why? He can't even be that old lore, because fucking like that book has it references like the Inari plot lines. So it's not like he's old lore that got fucking Legends, because yeah, he references the Ynnari plotlines, he has a mini, and then he goes into Legends. GW has a big problem with fucking green donkey dongs. Yeah. I don't like I don't know why. Like people pay money for this shit. You'd think they'd want to have more minis that they can sell. But I guess it's probably maybe they just weren't selling enough of them. And so like, okay, time to decommission this, because we could be molding more Space Marines instead. Because everyone wants to buy more Assault Intercessors. Hello, Shelly. Hey, Noah. How you going, mate? What you just joined into here? Us ranting about how GW puts all of the really cool models into Legends for no reason. Well, the reason is probably just because they could be dedicating that part of the factory to printing Space Marines instead. I guess not printing, but molding. Huge donkey dongs, bro. What? And, you know? Oh yeah, no. That was yeah, because they yeah. I mean, not my words. I was quoting, although I was assuming that's what Silver meant to write. I was assuming it was meant to be a D instead of an F, seeing as they're next to each other on the keyboard. You want to play an all Wraith Knight list running 7 or 8 Wraith Knights? That'd be a very big army. Aren't Wraith Knights like 450 to 500 points each? What's... Is that... Because like 5 of them, you're already over 2k points. Well, I guess 7. You're probably I guess you could do 7 in a 3k point list. I guess that's viable. Wraith Knights are so cool as well. Like, oh man. Also, their weapons are insane. And the one with the Ghostglaive variant is sick as hell. It has one of the craziest strike/sweep profiles I think I've seen on a large model. Like, it's in the same, like, it's competitive with the Knight Lancer, and the Knight Lancer doesn't have good ranged weapons. Like, it's not as good as the Knight Lancer, but it's in the same realm. You need a Lancer? Yeah, I need to build my Lancer. They're very cool. And the idea of just sprinting across the board into the enemy's commander who's embedded in a squad, and then using Valiant Challenge or whatever it's called, or Grand Chat, like the thing where you get precision on melee attacks against against the enemy character, and then just kicking the enemy the enemy warlord across the field is incredibly funny. Wraith Knights should easily beat standard Imperial Knights, not because elves are superior, but because they have infinitely cooler lore. Yep, true. Yeah, Wraith Knights are actually so fucking cool, though. I don't know if the if you are familiar, like if you have read or know the plot of Valador. Look, I feel like every stream from now on is going to have me talking about Valador, because the book is just so fucking good. It's just crazy. It's so good. Definitely the best 40k book that I've gone through so far. I haven't gone through many, to be fair. I haven't finished The Infinite and Divine. I would say that The Infinite and Divine is very good, but I prefer Valador so far, because The Infinite and the Divine is good because it's lots of funny business, but Valador is just... Oh, mate, it's just so good. Add one to the Valador counter. Hello, Sunju. Welcome back to Jack's Valador rant. Hello, Gavin. But yeah, yeah, it's so good, and it has it like deals with Wraith Knights and all that sort of shit. It's so fucking cool. It deals with like all the cool shit with the Eldar. Got Oaths of Damnation, can't wait to read it. Not familiar with that one. Is that also an Eldar novel, or...? It sounds like it must be. Charlie's lost his referred to himself in third fet. Look. Look. It's a good book. I do not like shilling for GW. But they had a good writer for that one. He did well. Looks so good he sold his soul. I did! Having fun being nerds tonight? Indeed. Having a lot of fun doing all this panel lining. Coming out quite nicely. Yeah, I'm gonna need to clean up, or I'm gonna need to darken these panel lines on this half, definitely. This half not as bad, but it's a little uneven, so I'll need to clean it. But it's going pretty well. It's the Exorcist book? Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I assumed that Oaths of Damnation might have been a Wraith Knights focused book or something, just based on the title. But the fact that I had not heard of it made me made me thinking that maybe it's probably not an Eldar book, because if there was a Wraith Knight focused Eldar book and I hadn't heard about it, that means it would have been dog shit. I'm no nerd. I'm a neo-maxi Zune dweeby. What? What? We good? It's a Breakfast Club quote? I see. Yeah, I have not watched Breakfast Club. A little bit before my time. I don't know if I should actually have decided to try to panel line these edges when they're not actually recessed. Like, I think it'll be okay, but it's not ideal. It's not great. panel lining this way hurts. Look, quiet you. These are not... These seams here are not actually panel seams. These are bits where 2 bits glued together, and I was deciding that I wanted to see if I could make them panel lined so that they fit in. I've already done most of the actual panel lining. I'm just gonna see if I can clean it up a little bit. So psychotic. Look, I thought maybe I could make it work. I couldn't really. But I should be able to clean it a little bit at least. Let's get a tiny bit of alcohol on the brush there and just... Just use that to pull back the worst parts. You don't like it, repaint it yellow? Well, the issue we have is the yellow that I used is a contrast paint. So I don't have a solid yellow that's going to be the same tone. But for a lot of the actual panel lining where it's messy, I'm going to edge highlight those panels in yellow, well, in a different yellow. Which will sort of do 2 things. It'll help me clean up the messy bits, and it'll also just make each panel pop. Okay, there we go, that's a bit better. Yeah, just having a little bit of alcohol on the on a otherwise clean brush is nice, just for you can use it very carefully for wiping away or dissolving bits of fresh paint that aren't quite where you want them to be. Just realized that this is all actually quite gross over here, so I might just see if I can clean this section a bit. Can't believe I forgot about this as I was making a mess over here and let it all dry. Better. Okay, so now we're just going to be redoing some of the panel lines, which are, well, recoding some of the panel lines which aren't as solid as we want them to be. So for example, over here, We don't need to recoat every section, it's just hitting the bits that are particularly light or particularly patchy. That's probably good for that side, so we'll come back around over here. You'll see 2080 at 111 years old. Tell some young kids you started playing 40k in 1989 first edition. Now we're in 25th edition and all the pieces will be moved by mine in VR. No, what it'll be is it'll be 25th edition, and then all of the pieces you'll have to actually pay a subscription fee for each individual unit or each individual model you have. And then you also would need to actually be subscribed to Warhammer Plus in order to have colors on them. Otherwise, they're all just painted blue. On top of you having to actually pay by the minute to be allowed to play the game at any venue. And if you show up with the Xenos faction, then you have to answer a quiz every 20 minutes during a game. Otherwise, they just explode you with their mind. It'll be all that, and it'll be in VR. Yeah, but it will be specifically in their own proprietary VR, playable only on the Games Workshop branded headset. Games Workshop used to do that, but there are a lot of bugs in the system that caused a lot of problems at a real-time tournament. Oh, okay, so they did have their own virtual tabletop. Pretty confident that by 2030 they'll have no physical stores. See if you're right in the near future. Yeah, I don't think they'll get rid of all of their stores. Yeah, I think that they've realized that they don't need to have big stores, but like I think they've realized that the best way for them to go is just to have a tiny store with one employee, and that's all they need, because they just need to have the store there so that people can come in and buy shit. Because the main appeal of them having those stores is just so that people can window shop and then buy shit online. I think they've realized that. I don't know if these are vents or panel lines, or like vents or panels. They're probably vents. Oh yeah, those are coils there. Oh well, we'll start with brown, and then we can always change them when we get there. I couldn't quite make out that there were coils in the middle of there. I wasn't sure, but yeah, now that I've got some paint on there, I can sort of like see the depth on it. Okay, I think as far as panel lines go, that's pretty much all of the ones that are immediately noticeable. So I think now we can move over to... One sec, where are we? Yeah, I think now we can move on to some of our secondary colors. So what do we reckon? Do we start doing the crystals and the gemstones, or do we want to start picking out some metallics or wraithbone sections, or paint the pilot and the gunner? What do we reckon? I think maybe we save the pilot and the gunner until we figured out the colors of the rest of the model. Right, gents, you out? Time for the blacklist. Love that show. Righto. Yeah, thanks for hanging around, Silver. Yeah, have a good night, mate. Yeah, I've also got this metallic blue that I got ages ago. that I'm not sure if it's going to be the sort of blue that we want for this, but I'll give it a try just to see what it looks like. It's a very nice metallic blue, just like looking at that. It's slightly different from the blue that I've got going for my on my Wraith Guard's heads, though. I think maybe not what I want to use here. So I spread this thin. Like, it is a nice blue, but I think it's not quite what I want, because the blue that I've used for my Craftwell Leandan scheme otherwise is specifically the Croxagua Scales contrast, which probably won't show up too nicely when I put it on the wet palette, but it's definitely got more green tones to it. Yeah, I think I do definitely prefer the Croxagua Scales. Like, if I show that there, the sort of darker, more greenish one is the one that I've used for my other stuff, and I think I prefer it. So that being the case, you're back, your friends made you go to the gym. Righto, welcome back, Chicken Nugget. Yeah, so I'm thinking what we're gonna do. Gonna head out for now. Have fun being nerds. See you next time, probably. Righto, I'll catch you later, Gavin. Have a good one, mate. Hang on. I think for the gems, generally for the gemstones, I on all of my warp spiders, I use this jade green. I think the gems we might want to have be jade green, and then we do our accent colors in the Croxagua Scales. Yeah, I reckon that's the way to go. So, that being the case, what I'm probably going to do, and I think the way that I'd done this originally, or I think the way that I want to do this, is I'll have, I'll do all of the gems in lead belcher, and then I'll put a little bit of our Vallejo bright aluminium at the high points, and then I'll apply a thin coat of our jade green over that, and that'll give it a nice little bit of depth. I really need to get more lead belcher. I'm running so low. Yeah, I'm practically out of it. Yeah, I think tomorrow might consist of a trip to the game store. Prefer Army Painter's Gunmetal. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I haven't used any others, but yeah, I haven't used any other standard metals than lead belcher, so I can't really speak from experience. Well, yeah, I can't really say that I've had experience with the others, but lead belcher is solid. It's not perfect, but it's just it's a solid, neutral-ish silver. Oh, whoops, accidentally just zoomed in. Well, honestly probably worked out a bit, so we can actually see what I'm doing here. how to get that yellow. I airbrushed it, so I cheated. I don't normally like airbrushing, but I was trying to whip up a bunch of Eldar minis for the weekend so that I could have them on the table with at least some paint on them a few weeks ago. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just airbrush the base coat. But it's, yeah, just airbrushed with Eandon yellow contrast. And so I was able to, I just went heavier in some areas. And since Eandon yellow has a lot of, Eandon yellow has a lot of orange tones to it, the more, like the heavier you go in certain areas, the more oranges come through. But otherwise when you go quite light, it looks looks quite light and just yellow without getting any of those deeper colors. Looks the same. This must suck. Must be taking forever. I don't know. It's actually when I pull it back, it looks really nice with because we've done all of the panels now. Like we've lined all of the panels, so now we're on to actually doing detailing. But I don't know if you've seen the seen the wide angle, but when I yeah, like when I pull back and show the wide angle, it is really nice with all of the panel lining done. So it's satisfying. Like when you're working on something big like this and you're constantly doing the little details, it can feel like you're not making any progress. But then it's important every now and then to like sort of like step back and then and just see what it looks like as a whole. Because yeah, once you get like oftentimes it'll feel like you're not really doing anything, but then you just sort of step back and look at how it all looks together, and it always makes it a lot easier to sort of cope with the long time investment. Airbrushing just means you value your time. Oh yeah, of course. Like I like the airbrush, but I don't know. There's just something for me about manually brushing that it's just that's the therapeutic part for me, is manually doing it. And so I sort of avoid using my airbrush where I can because I feel like it takes away some of the joy for me. But for a really large vehicle like this, it was nice to be able to get the different amounts of, like the different depth of color and all the different blends and that sort of thing, or gradients I should say, on the large flat panels, because that sucks to do by hand. I've had very bad experiences with trying to do gradients by hand on flat panels, specifically on large panels. But there's also the thing of airbrushing generally also creates a certain kind of texture that is quite noticeable. And so on one hand it looks really nice from a distance, but then when I get up close and I see the panels that I've airbrushed, I can't help but notice it. I'm just like, man, okay, yeah, this is airbrushed. And it sort of, it detracts a little bit for me when I get up close and I see the way the airbrush has distributed the paint. Just like the very slight speckliness of it. So there are definitely pros and cons to it. It does save so much time though. You don't think that should happen when airbrushing? Oh, okay, so airbrushing definitely, like, I'm probably really bad at airbrushing, / my airbrush isn't perfect, but it's not like... So I know there's splatter, which is bad, and I've got some splatter, which I shouldn't have, like here. but it's more just like the very slight texture you see like here, where it's not a matter of splatter so much as just the way the paint distributes, because you want to go like it's a matter of trying to go thin enough that you're not really piling it on, because especially with contrasts where they can like the thicker you go, the more the color changes rather than just becoming more even. Yeah, I think it's just an issue that I've found unavoidable with with certain paints in particular. But yeah, I could just be really bad at airbrushing. That is entirely possible. One day you shall own an airbrush. Yeah, I mean, it's a convenient tool. Again, I don't think it's, like, I was really excited to get one when I didn't have one, and now that I have one, it's kind of like, it's like, yeah, it's cool, I guess, but I don't think it was as big of a game changer as I was expecting it to be. That could just entirely be personal preference, though. Looks like it'd be really nice for base coating big things more than anything. Yeah, That's the thing that yeah, that's the main appeal that I found. I do really like how I've been able to use it to base coat the like the fire prism here. It was very nice for that. That's because I prefer hand brushing the big things that to be used for. Yeah, that is a big thing as well. Yeah, I think that the I was gonna say the main appeal of it seemed like is as a time saving tool, but I know that's not true because I know that a lot of people can do some crazy shit with like airbrushes for detailed work. Still need to paint your Eandan army? Think you still have them primed? Yeah, I've had all like most of my Eandan army just sitting base coated, but I haven't actually gotten to work on detailing them for weeks. So it's just like I've finally gone, hey, the time is now. So yeah, it was like the start of the day. This guy was purely just the yellow base coat. So most of today has just been, well, yeah, pretty much all of today has just been the panel lining, and now I'm just putting some metallic on the gemstones, and then I'm going to come back through, put some bright points on them, and then go over with a transparent jade color. And they should look pretty good when we get that going. And I haven't thought about what I'm going to do with the underside of this, because for like all of my other, like most of my other minis, I will put a decent bit of effort into painting the undersides of them because they're things like they're knights and things. So like since they're walkers, you can see the underside pretty well. But this is a flat mini that sits like just above the table. So I still probably will do the underside a decent bit, but I don't know if I'm gonna go to crazy effort with it. Because realistically, people are only gonna see the underside when they pick it up and look at it. No point unless you want to do funny things like add interesting freehand. Yeah. I use browns or purples for my base. So, in all honesty, so the base coat, it was pretty much just all the, like, for all of my foundational coat, it was pretty much all just Eandan yellow, the straight up the Eandan yellow Citadel contrast paint. I just primed white, and then I airbrushed the Eandan yellow over it. So there, it feels a little like cheating to me because I like to hand brush most things, but because I was sort of rushing for these, I decided to airbrush it. But the Eandan yellow is really nice because when you apply it thinly, it gives you these really brighter yellow sections. But when you go heavier, the oranges start to come through, which is probably where you're seeing the browns, is specifically just because they're like, the more of the Eandan yellow you use, the more of those orange tones you get. The fear that your opponent will eat your model when they look at it. Yeah, I've only played with friends that I know, so I haven't had to I haven't had to wrestle with the fear of someone I've never met before picking up my models. Yellow all dry brushed, or what? Is it very smooth? No, it's all airbrushed. Yeah, I would be very proud of myself if I managed to get this kind of smoothness out of dry brushing on such a relatively flat model. You play mainly with your siblings and the youngest is a toddler. Doesn't matter if you know your opponent. It's because you know your opponent that you know that they might eat it. Another good use for airbrushes, gradients are insanely smooth. Yeah, that's probably the main thing that made me okay with using the airbrush for my Eldar in particular, is because I want them to use, or because I want my Eldar to look really clean and have smooth gradients and stuff. And also, no, hang on, I know I had a train of thought and I immediately lost it. I think the main thing is, yeah, because I want them to look clean and have smooth gradients. Whereas when I'm doing things like my Imperial Knights, I'm happy for the gradients to be less smooth because I'm going to make them look dirty and beat up anyway. Anyway, you gotta go rest. Have fun, everyone. Right, yeah, I'll catch you later, Nugget. Don't like that people grab models without asking. It's a bit rude, but they exist. Oh, I see. Yeah, I feel like that would be somewhat scary if you're just like at the local game store, games like you're getting set up to play, and then someone just walks up and picks up one of your minis. It's like, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! Like, yeah, I could imagine being very, very nervous if that happened. Want to play more games, to be honest. Hard to find people that play here, and most people, you know, aren't, you know, yeah, I think I did get quite lucky that, it was just that, I happened to know people who also happened to play, and they just invited me. So I did sort of luck out there. And the thing was, like, I was never even really interested in playing in the first place. So it was just like lucky bonus for me. But yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have known where to start if I wanted to play. I have a couple of people who play, but they don't paint. It takes some of the fun out of it. Yeah, I think like most of the people in my, well, I say most of the people. There's 3 other people in my gaming group, and none of them are huge painters themselves. But they like they still want to paint, and they still like put effort in where they like they put in enough effort for it to be presentable for the stuff that they like. So yeah, I don't really have any issues with it, and like even when they field unpainted armies, I don't have too much of a problem with it. Yeah, I'm fine with them fielding unpainted armies. It's just a matter of like how much time you have to work on that stuff. So yeah, like the main thing for the painting for me is actually doing it, and I've got my outlet of seeing the like people painting insane shit as well here, just seeing like all the crazy shit that you guys are up to. But it is fun seeing nicely painted models in person, and being able to like see them up close and sort of see like how people did certain things. So I understand the appeal of it. That's like whenever I go to the gaming store, I'll spend like a lot of time just looking at the display models going, oh wow, okay, that's how they did that. It's interesting to see like, because you can sort of see how people do things differently just based on how things look. So that is a very fun thing. Might look into tabletop sim at some point. Looks like it could be fun. Yeah, I haven't, because, yeah, I'm sure you can play 40k on tabletop sim. I feel like that, for me, might be... I can kind of feel the, like, I can feel where you're coming from with the not liking, or preferring when people have painted models. When you mention tabletop sim in particular, that one, for me, I'm like... I kind of have a little bit of an aversion to the idea because they're not the real minis there, and then when they're colored, they're not painted, they're just kind of like textured. And I can kind of, I think I can understand your pain with playing with real tables of unpainted minis. I can feel that with regards to Tabletop Simulator. You can understand not being priority or having a fully painted army, but he's been collecting for 2 years and has a grand total of 0 painted units so far, and there's a few scarabs done because you invited him over to paint. Okay, I see. So he's just lazy. Just doesn't give a fuck. In which case, lay into him. Have at him. Yeah, like my friends, they like who I play with, like they often will field unpainted units, but they do still like they still put time into their stuff when they can. Tabletop sim is a necessary evil. Yeah, no, I can see that for sure. If you don't have another outlet, then it does seem like it would be a very convenient way to go. And because like I've played tabletop sim, well, because I've got friends that live in the Netherlands, and so sometimes they will just they'll just find a card game and go, hey, wanna learn this card game? So we just play it on tabletop sim, and it's really good for that. And the nice thing about tabletop sim for card games is it means you don't need to invest obscene amounts of time and money into collecting and building a deck that might just be shit. Instead, you can just like spread all of the cards out in front of you and just spend hours just reading and like trying to build a deck and then finding out it's shit, but then it's okay. All you've lost is time. You haven't lost hundreds of dollars. You like the idea of playing with some painted, some unpainted, and painting up the unit that did the best. It was the most fun to play with that match. That seems like a fun idea on paper, but the issue is that you would very quickly you'd very quickly end up with units that you're not a fan of, and then you're not painting, but you're just fielding them anyway because you kind of have to. Like, if you've got a squad of Termagants, like, they're probably not going to be the most fun unit that you played with, and they're probably not going to do the most work, but you need them. But with that system, you're never going to paint them, because they'll, like, they're a core part of the army, but they're never, like, doing the heavy lifting. And so you'll just have these units that you're not a huge fan of aesthetically, and they're just always unpainted, and you're always fielding them. I feel like that could be a very easy trap to fall into. Of course, not the only way to paint. Also, Termagants have done bits against big squads before. Right, okay. Yeah, oh, actually, that just reminded me of a traumatic experience I had the other week, playing my Eldar against Thousand Suns, and Lycus in her squad of 5 Warp Spiders, who had the Exarch with the Power Blade array. So this is a melee menace, this squad. They got charged by a squad of Zangors and got fucking obliterated. Everyone except, like, Lycus and the Warp Spider Exarch died. Warp Spider Exarch took 1 damage, so he's on 1 wound left. Squad gets battle shocked in 1 round of fighting from these fucking Zangors who charged them. It was actually disgusting. Like, my melee Death Star got charged by some chaff and got fucking obliterated. Paint scheme for Tyranids is so complicated you don't know if you'll ever finish them. You see, Tyranids are my simple painting outlet. I go to Tyranids when I've burnt out on painting really complex schemes, and I just wanna slap chop some stuff and just have, like, paint some nice and easy shapes. So yeah, my Tyranid scheme is pretty simple. Also, Major Kill Emperor model is back up. Oh, I think I saw a thing about that, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. Like, it's a nice looking model, but I don't know. I just... I don't think I need it. The last Major Kill model that I came close to buying was his version of the Bio-Titan, but even still, I held myself back. I was like, no, I don't need it. I don't need it. Also, I've become a little bit less interested in the Major Kill, like in the Major Minis, following the the Major Kill peptides and supplements arc. It's just like, I'm not as interested in buying his stuff anymore. Like, the major minis are still really cool models. But just not at the top of my list of interests anymore. When am I getting to that Screamer Killer? Also surprised I haven't bought a Trigon. Think I'd like that model. Yeah, I need to get to him at some point. It's just like, I've got so many half-painted minis that I need to finish. Guy's a fucking tool. Oh, he is. He is a tool, but his mini company makes good minis. But usually, sometimes. I'd say that he has a lot of minis which are a bit meh, but he has a lot of minis that are really nice. But yeah, he's a little bit of a fuckwit. I guess advertise illegal supplements to children truly a genius. Yep, quite crazy. But yeah, yeah, I haven't watched anything from Major Kill in maybe a month or so. I used to watch a fair bit of his lore stuff, but became less invested as time went on. That arc was odd. Oh, the peptides arc I think was short-lived, but the the supplements arc is the new one. This is ongoing. Quite sad as well that he's gotten the he's fucking got the monopoly on the Warhammer Australian guy. He is the Australian Warhammer guy, and it's fucking annoying. This is our representative. Gotta take the throne, overthrow him. Maybe. But it's scary. I can't aim for the throne, otherwise he'll deliberately target me. We can't... Remember, this guy actively calls out and goes to war with YouTubers like every other month. Just found my channel today, sub so you don't miss my progress on the elf ship. Oh, righto. Yeah, thank you, Overboard. Yeah, I should be putting out more stuff now, and I'm going to try to see if I can get back into making videos as well, because that is the that is just the way you grow on YouTube as well. And I mean, there are things that I am interested in trying. I know yesterday I said that time-lapse videos are not quite at the top of my interests anymore. But I think for certain things I can do it. I think whole models, it's super painful. But I think I might put together a time lapse of us working on the the wooden hatch for our Chaos Knight yesterday, because that was only like 4 hours of work. So I feel like that one would be easy enough to put together a time lapse for. Warhammer stealing his content and format. That one was the crazy one. That was the, like, he did a good one against Lotaro Law, which was an AI slop tuber that was actually stealing his content. But the Warhammer one was fucking wild. Because Wes is just a nice guy. From everything I've seen of him, he just seems like a genuinely nice guy as well. Time-lapse shorts? Yeah, I think that for certain things I can probably do shorts with it, like time-lapse shorts. It depends on how well the footage sort of flows together. I guess shorts can be longer, so shorts are like 2 minutes now or something, aren't they? Or maybe 3 minutes. So that might be the way to go. Yeah, maybe I do short or time lapses in my shorts, and then I can have my long form open to do other stuff. Planning to upload videos anytime soon? That is the plan, yeah. I haven't got anything specific in the works at the moment, but that is the plan. Yeah, I reckon after I get these gems on the doors done, we'll go and start doing the highlight points on the ones that we've already done. I know there are probably other gems that I've missed on this section, and there's more to do on the top half, but I want to at least start getting some of the colors down on these ones, rather than just spending the whole time laying the foundation for next time. I'm pretty sure I know what these are going to look like once I start getting the color down on them. I'm not 100%, so I don't want to overcommit just to find out that my plan isn't quite going to work out the way I was expecting it to. Stopped watching Major Kill a long time ago. 52-year-old man, and consider yourself in shape and a relatively cool person, and comes off as too cocky and full of himself. Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like Major Kill in the Warhammer space, he kind of like, I feel like he's like a gateway YouTuber. He's like a gateway lore YouTuber, where he's like, his content is easy to find in the algorithm because it's very casual. And it's like very easy for you to sort of binge some of his stuff. And then it's like, as you watch more of it, you're like, oh, hang on. Ugh. I feel like that's sort of the way it plays out. And then because you're watching Warhammer lore, at that point, it starts recommending the more in-depth stuff. As opposed to just like the 10-minute, relatively short things. And you start like getting the West Hammer hour-long deep dives on certain factions and stuff, and I feel like that's where the good stuff is. That's the good Warhammer lore tube. Nine-hour Major Kill drama retrospective one. I don't think that's going to be happening. Hang on. What is this? Oh, I had not noticed this. I don't know if this was... I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's a seam where the glue... Okay, it's the plastic cement seam. Hang on. That's really nasty. I've just seen this now and I don't like it. I'm going to have to brush primer back onto this, or maybe it won't be that bad and I'll just be able to get away with coating over it normally. I should have noticed this a long time ago. This isn't my bad. Yuck. Yeah, maybe because it's out of the way, I can get away with just painting it normally without having to prime that little section. It probably won't be that bad. Watched a single Major Kill video in its entirety. Love that each community has their Aussie. Unfortunately, the Warhammer community's Aussie fucking sucks. Okay, we can start doing our bright points now. Ooh, just got our leaked top of head. Whoops. Sorry for breaking your immersion. I'm not just a pair of hands. What do we think? Should I blend the bright silver down with the darker silver, or should we have it as two separate sections? I feel like both could work. Because what we're going to do is we're going to then do a transparent jade over the top of all of that. So it's either going to be a gradient or it's going to be like a specific highlight. I think I like the clear line between them rather than a gradient. And we're going to do a similar... We're going to do this same technique for a lot of the secondary blues that we'll be doing as well. Eldar flight suits upset you? Yeah, it's not great. He's just kind of like a military guy. Like, I think I would prefer it if it was just a guardian in there. But he's like a military guy, and I just like... I don't know why he's got like Top Gun haircut. Yeah, like, I'm probably not going to put a huge amount of effort into painting the pilot and the gunner, and I'm going to do like a heavy blue contrast layer over the acrylic panel so you can't really see him in there. Live again, welcome back. I say not wanting to paint a gunner so you cover him up sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? Look, if it works, it works. He doesn't need to be visible from the outside world. It's just the way it is. Oop, whoops. What color did I use for the panel lines? Where is it? Was, Vallejo Hull Red. There. Yeah, quite nice. It's, because it's got the, it's because it's a red-brown, I think it, like, the warmth of it just ties quite well with the, Eandon, yellow scheme. Okay, we're just about there. Also not sure if I saw, but I've seen the new Eldar model with the wounded or dead Wraith Guard on the base. I have, yes, I have, unfortunately. Oh, I really want it. I really want it, but I was informed earlier, when I was asking people about it, that you can't get it just by subscribing for 1 month. You have to do a full year subscription. So it's like... it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Warhammer Plus has nothing on there that's worth subscribing for. Or, okay, it's not there's nothing on there. It's there's not enough on there to warrant a subscription. For a year, no less. Like, I feel like I could subscribe and consume all of the worthwhile content in a month. Oh, that was a nasty knuckle crunch I just did. Sorry about that. eBay resells it is then. I can't be bothered with that. It's too much effort for me. Okay, but we should now be able to see if this is going to give us the effect that I wanted to get. You know, it's funny, you cancel your subscription, had it for 2 years, now they release how many you actually want. Always how it is. Let's see, did I thin this enough? Maybe it's not quite thin enough. Maybe it's too thin. I'm not sure. Although, just seeing how maybe I really should have blended the metallics together. Yeah, I think maybe the distinct. Oh, actually. I can't tell whether I like it or hate it. I think I need to clean up the edges of the bright silver parts, and I think I'll like it. Yeah, I think I need to make the bright silver ovals neater, and then I'll really like it. Looks pretty good for a simple gem. Yeah, I think for what it is, I think it's a good workaround. Because the alternative was creating a gradient between the bright point and the dark point. And because that's what I did for my Wraith Guard's heads, and I really like the way it looks there. But it just would have been such a pain for all these tiny gems. It's easier on the Wraith Guard's heads because you can dry brush them more easily, but it's not as doable on something like so small like this. Well, it's still doable, but it's just, it would be incredibly tedious. Yeah, because not all of these ones are super neat, and I think that as soon as I put the jade over that, it will be incredibly clear which ones are not neat. Yeah, I'm probably not going to fuss too much about all of the gems. I should really just focus on the big ones, because they're going to be the most noticeable ones. I'm wondering if I perhaps should have gone much smaller with the bright points, so that it just sort of reflects the absolute peak with the way I'm doing these, rather than doing like a 50-50 between the bright and dark. Playing Battlefield 6 is good. Yeah, I haven't... Not gonna lie, I haven't played a Battlefield since Bad Company 2, so I don't really have a stake in this, in this at all. All that I have heard is... Well, because, like, the only thing that I was asking my friends who are playing Battlefield, like, in the beta, like, the only thing I was asking them about was, are there maps with helicopters, because that was the coolest shit in Bad Company 2, were the helicopters, and are they good? And I think they said that at the time when I asked them, there was one map with a helicopter in it, and the helicopter fucking sucks, and it's just like, oh, come on. I feel like helicopters are so iconic of Battlefield. Played the free beta and seems like it could be really good. Yeah, that's like the general consensus I heard, was that the game for the most part is really good, but just the only thing that I was interested in was, are there helicopters and are they good? And all my friends said that the helicopter sucks. Ooh, these ones on the back are actually shaped really poorly. That is going to look terrible if I just paint them as is. Okay. This should be good enough to go back and continue applying the jade to all of the gemstones now. I think big thing is it's going to be less is probably going to be more. Yeah, less is more, I think, with this, because the we want to keep as much of the metallic showing through as possible. Oh, made a bit of a mess there. I should just be able to clean that up though with a clean brush. Might just get a larger brush so I can pick up more. Yeah, I think this can be pretty good. Just need to take it easy, take it slow. Try not to make a mess. Temptation to paint is strong, but you shall wait till tomorrow. Well, I mean, technically it is tomorrow. Got an excuse to go to your Warhammer store and admire all the minis as you run out of few paints. Yeah. I will probably also be going to the Warhammer store tomorrow because I need to stock back up on lead belcher because I am pretty much out, and I use it on pretty much all of my minis. Even if not for the color itself, but just as a foundation for other things, like what I'm doing with the gemstones here. Yeah, I think these ones look better than the first one I did because I've thinned the paint a little bit more again, so we're getting more of the metallic sheen showing through. What color am I planning for the bone weapons? I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm considering just doing them in bone color, like what I've done with Lycus with her arms. I think it could go nicely. We'll have to give it a demo though, just see how it looks. Because I don't know how well the bone, just straight up bone color will look with the Craftworld Eandon scheme. Because I painted Lycus in her regular colors rather than painting her to fit in with Eandon. But yeah, one sec. I'll grab her and show you what I mean, because I've got her right behind me at the moment. Yeah, one sec. But yeah, I might well just do the bone sections in the same color that I've done these segments of her arms in. Not 100% certain yet, though. Man, yeah, I am a little tired. And a lot of, not necessarily precise work. Well, I guess the panel lining I had to try to be somewhat precise, although it doesn't really show because I made an absolute mess of pretty much every panel. But a lot of detail work today in general. Feels good though. Because this mini has been staring at me for a while. So nice to make progress on it. You're uncertain as well. I thought about bone color shaded down with black, so like very dark bone. Yeah, that could work too. Yeah, it's weird trying to figure out what accent colors will work with Craftworld Eandon, because you got your main colors. You've got your the yellow and then the blue and like some, and like greens work as well, but they're all like the paint colors. It's hard to think about it's hard to think of what will work for their non-painted surfaces. Because like being Eldar, I don't want to really use just actual metal for any of their stuff because they don't really use metal. Like the only metal that I would think about using for Eldar would be gold, and that's not going to be a practical item there. That's not going to be like for the makeup of a weapon. That's going to be for trim or something like that. Mix metal into a bony white? Maybe. I'm just not sure if the mostly, like, it'd give it the, like, an interesting texture. But I'm just not sure if the bony white would really go well with the Eandon color scheme in particular, because it's already quite white. Well, not quite white, quite light and quite warm. So like you want to find things that can complement it but also offset it. Which is why the blues are so nice, is because they contrast nicely. But you can still have warm shades of them. Eldar look like European cars. What do you mean by this? At least in choice of paint. I still don't know what you mean by Eldar paint scheme. Eldar choice of paint is like European cars. What do we mean? Is that because the American car meta is now a stainless steel cube? Stainless steel dumpster. Rusts after a week outside. Maybe even a purple wash over the bone? Potentially, yeah. Because it needs something to make it look like more than just bone, I think. Yeah, I think some kind of colored wash might be the way to go, just to make it seem a bit more ethereal. In the 80s and 90s, Euro paint jobs were sort of mono paint. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I think this is definitely coming along nicely. I do. Oh, actually, okay. I need friendly reminder when you're painting lots of details. Every now and then, pull it away from your head and just look at it from a distance because holy fuck, this looks so much better than I thought it did. Okay. Now that we've done this, we can go back to back to the mines. Yeah. Friendly reminder, always take a step back and look at what you've done. Making an Exorcist themed list, and you're like, oh, Gravis Librarian would be perfect for the Chapter Master. Remember, it doesn't exist. Which armor is the Gravis armor? I don't know. Is Gravis a kind of Terminator armor? I know fuck all about Space Marines. Gravis is a step right before Terminator. Oh, okay, okay. Best looking pattern by far. How many variants of Librarians are there? Is it just like standard Librarian and Librarian in Terminator armor then? Gravis does look best, but Terminator's so iconic and cool. Yeah, but then Terminator armor also turns you into an absolute fatty. Just lose the ability to run. Phobos Librarian's the coolest, then regular, then Terminator. Yeah, you're just throwing words out at this point. This, this is the Dreadnought situation all over again. It's just saying random shit. Just name a moon from the solar system. That's it. They turn it into an armor variant. I will believe it. Phobos is the smaller armor variant, right? I will say I see, but in reality, I do not see. um, the ones that infiltrator units use. I see. I don't know. I don't know. There's also Omen armor, which you believe is used in a single kit that can't be bought by itself. The suppressors. I don't know. I don't know if I can. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know if this is you like actually just making something up now to test to see if I will believe it or not. But I will choose to believe you on this. Wish suppressors were good. Okay. I'm believing it a bit more now. Either that, or this is Technic coming in and trying to double down on the gaslight. I have no idea. Like, there are so many Space Marine units that I can't claim to know them all. I feel like I would only be able to call you out if I played Space Marines, because then I would have looked through all the lists and been like, oh yeah, I know what that is. But I don't play Space Marines. Omni. Okay, Omni, not Omen. Did I misread? Oh, no, okay, never mind. Omni makes more sense than Omen, but yeah. A mixture of Gravis and Standard to make it more nimble. Tougher armor, has cool jump packs, and they have big fuck off stubbers. Ah, okay. There's a lot of things that have been mentioned here. I feel like the one that I need to have a look at so I can recognize it and be aware will be Gravis, because that seems to be the most popular one. Shells of Iron only has Iron Warriors and Iron Hands knowledge. Not even. My boys are the Thousand Suns. And Dark Angels, kind of. But mainly Thousand Suns. Although the Alpha Legion are goofy, so I can respect some Alpha Legion shenanigans. Begging GW to give us more Iron Hands, anything. What, you didn't like the, was it the Combat Patrol? Or the Battle Force? The one with the turrets? Weren't a fan of that? Shelley's abandoned the Blood Ravens. Oh, well, no, okay. The Blood Ravens, they go without saying. They are my boys. But I'm, if we're talking about like the main legions, like the Thousand Sons are my boys, but if we're going down to chapters, then of course it's the Blood Ravens. You can't not love them. They got me into 40k, and I only came to appreciate them after many years later, once I realized that they're all just a bunch of thieving rats. Blood Ravens will steal all your shit. Yep, their Primarch is Trazyn the Infinite. Okay, we're just about done with the crystals, and then I might just quickly do some final little bits of panel lining on the back here, because I didn't realize there were all these panels that I missed. What times do I usually live stream? So I'll always start at 10 a.m. GMT plus 10. I don't know what that will translate to in your time zone. But if you look on my community page, I've got a schedule out for this week, and then I've also got a Discord that's in the description, and it's also on my YouTube bio, which I post like all my schedules, and then I'll have like notifications in the lead up to streams as well. And then there's also, the Discord's also just really cool because there's a lot of people who paint some really cool shit in there. So it's cool to see what people are working on. But yeah, otherwise, if you're not interested in the Discord or anything, I do just put the schedule out on my community page as well. But yeah, I think it's a total of 4 streams scheduled this week. This is the second, so there'll be 2 more later this week. Okay, let me just clean up that top edge there, like that, and yeah, now let's just go back through and do a little bit more panel lining. Thursday stream, you'll be working till 5 a.m. Tragedy. RIP. You're on Central Time, so it's 11:40 a.m. right now. Okay, so then... oh, okay, yeah. You're basically 3 hours behind me in that case. Then my streams would be 7 a.m. for you. That would be my starting time. PM? Okay. 7 PM then, I think? Yeah. I don't know if I've quite got enough of the brown paint left to line these neatly. I'm just putting a bit of water through the sections that I want to line just to see if it runs a bit more neatly. I think this helps. It's not amazing. I might need to just get a little bit more of our color that we use for the panels out. It's not super clean, but it does the job. Yeah, I think I might just get a little bit more of the hull red out so that I can do this a bit more cleanly. And just put a drop of water on that. Thin it down. So I'll just dab this all in there and then do the same on the other side and then clean the brush and pick up the excess. Want a bloodthirster so badly. Look, the cornate units just all look so good. It's just the way it is. Hold off till you've got most of your nids done and gone through some of your Space Marines. Yeah, I feel like I have exerted an incredible amount of force of will over the past probably year or so in terms of just holding myself back from buying shitloads of minis. I say this as I have bought a shitload of minis in the past year, but even so, I've made the conscious decision to not buy so many. Let's just put some water through these crevices. Then dry the brush, sweep it through, pick up a lot of the excess. And now let's just dab some of the paint in. Cornets are okay, you guys? I mean, think of other cooler demons. They're definitely not biased here, by the way. Not sure if I pay attention to the Come On Games controversy lately. Did it really did a number on a lot of the gaming community? Glad they didn't back into the Kickstarters. No, I'm not familiar with it. What's going on? What if you can hold to not buying so many? Look, I've been holding off on buying a lot of minis that I really wanted to get, Jacko. I've tried, and I feel like I've succeeded in a lot of situations. Been really good this year. Bought one Space Marine magazine which had a chaplain on a bike, then 2 Norns, 2 Hive Tyrants, 3 Venom Thropes, and 1 Parasite of Mortex. That's a lot of big boys. But I can't judge. That's probably in line with my buying. Maybe a little bit less than my buying. Fuck! Damn it! I bought a lot of minis this year. So buying this Skaven Titan Leviathan alone puts his backlog at 140. Hey, wait. But the entire backlog is 200, 300. Look, I don't think it's going to be that many minis, because I tend to buy large minis. But I do have a backlog. Yeah, so the model count is probably going to be pretty low. Like the number of models to price of models ratio is going to be pretty low. Any movies you watched recently? No, I'm not really a movies guy. So I can't really say that there are. It's not even just like, no, I haven't watched any good movies. I just haven't really watched any movies recently. When do we get to see the awesome Skaven Knight in action? Also, hello, we just bought 1k of Chaos Marines and Emperor's Children. I see. Also the Skaven Knight, I am able, so I'll be able to proxy it as a as an Armiger Warglaive. So in the time it takes for me to do its all of his friends, because I want my whole Chaos Knights army to be Skaven, in the time it takes me to do all of his friends, he can just join the rest of the knights as just one of the masses. But he is destined for greatness. How do you remember what he's painted so well? Well, is there to witness? Yeah, no. Sunju was here when the ancient texts were written. He is an OG. Literally found the channel while I was painting the Dark Angels. Yeah, that was very early on. I think that was right when the algorithm started actually recommending me to people, because I think prior to that I was streaming for maybe a month, and it was just like I was just like screaming into the void, and then I'm like, oh, Space Marines, and then YouTube's like, hey, I guess people, yeah, that was the heartbreaking part where I realized that if you want to get views, it's Space Marines. Also painted details that no sane man has ever painted on Earth before. If it's part of the sculpt, it's there to be painted, Sunju. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Why would they put it in the sculpt if they don't want you to paint it? Like, why would they give their belt buckles little clasps if they don't want you to put a dot of metallic on it? Gotta add more of them tags into the description. I'm just worried that if I put too many tags in the description, YouTube will just like... will just filter me out of the algorithm entirely. Because I know there was a long time there, like there was a period on YouTube where you'd be getting like recommended a community post where it just has like 20,000 tags in it, like ASMR and all this sort of shit, and it's just like them talking about how they've broken the algorithm. And I think that lasted for like a month or two, and then it just stopped happening. So I think YouTube did something to filter out excessive use of tags. Think adding painting in there wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I guess so. Get the regular artsy viewers into. True. Okay. But... I think... oh, actually, no. I think those are... I think I can probably afford to panel line around the door there. It's not a perfect fit, but I think that I can probably manage to do it without making an absolute mess. Watch as I make an absolute mess. The other people that have ceased to show up, you're up there with some of the longest viewers. Yeah, I think a lot of that, it's my fault for like streaming inconsistently, because a lot of the time it's like, if I am more consistent, then viewer retention is generally higher. Like every time I take a break and then come back, it will always be lower viewership. Like that's just how it is with streaming. It's just a lot of consistency stuff. But yeah, you have definitely been here for a very long time, Technic. Technic and Sunjiro as old guard as it gets in this chat in your eyes. No, Silver is also... Silver has been here a very long time as well. I would say out of the regulars, I think out of the regulars, you guys are probably 3 of the longest time viewers. And we do, like, we have Tiki pop in every now and then as well, and he's been here, he's been around for a very long time as well. Down in second place. Oh yeah, no, Jesus, you've been around for a while as well. I think maybe not as long as the others. I'm not sure. It's hard to keep track of. It's been so long. Why bad tank painting? Watch your mouth, Mac Mac. I don't need this lip from you. No, yeah, but I think... how's this looking? Oh, yeah, okay. I am very happy with how this is coming along. The infamous Francois, he who must not be named. Yeah, I think... I still need to do the gems on the top half here, but that was quite time consuming. I think I might save the rest of the gems on the top there for next time, and then we can get on to doing our blues for the accent color. But I really like how this is coming along. Yeah, I think I might call the stream in for the day here. But yeah, I think we made some great progress. The panel lining really does so much. Oh, but yeah, I think this is a good place to call it in. We're just coming up on 5 hours now, so decently long stream. But I'm gonna, have I got all of that? Just gonna make sure I didn't miss anything important. No, seems pretty good. All right, cool. Anyway, I think the next stream is we're gonna have one day off tomorrow, and then we're gonna come back again afterwards. It's a cool cannon. Oh no, Sanji, the cool part of the cannon is it has an acrylic prism that goes in the middle. So I'm gonna paint it. I'm gonna go like with a transparent orange or red on that, and then put it in there. So it's very cool. And then there's a shell that goes around it. But yeah, the Fire Prism's just a sick tank. But yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Gonna have a day off tomorrow, and then we'll be back the day after. So, hope you all enjoy the rest of your day / night, and yeah, I will see you all later. Bye-bye.